Well, howdy, folks. It has been a spell since my last stream. Thanks, everyone, for joining in. And, let's do a recap from where I left off last time. All right, so today I will be working on CrowdNode.js UI again, and hopefully wrapping it up for the most part. I don't think I'll wrap it up this stream, but maybe today in a couple streams. I'll probably need to take a break at some point. But so I've got my list here, and some of the things that was fixed last time. I've got mobile fix for settings page width. Let's see, for settings page. So we'll go into that. Yeah, I recall correctly. Something was setting it off, and it was making you scroll a little bit. So I was able to get that fixed. Version info and clear cache added to settings page. That was this stuff. So when your latest version and current version, because we've got some caching enabled here to allow you to install it to as if it's an app, but it's just a web page. So we got that added. Fiat currency selector placeholder, and don't change if the value is empty. So that's this right here. If you clear that and you click out of it, it would actually change it before. But now if we go out and yeah, when we come back to it, it's back to the USD. So that is the preferred functionality. I don't have any seed phrases yet. Style improvements to fiat currency in wallet and staking tables. So actually I can't show that yet because I have not generated a wallet. Let's actually go back to here. So as you can see, looks like you need to generate or add or generate a new wallet. So got to do that, and which I can do that right now. Really easy. Let's generate wallet. Boom. Copy that. Close. We'll paste this somewhere that I could find it later. Okay, so we've got a new wallet. And let's continue the recap. So style improvements to fiat currency in wallet and staking tables. Yeah, that's right. So those changes were improved so it fits a little bit better in both of these tables. We've got add more instructions to backup modal was also done. So if we go back here and come here, we've got a little bit more listed and, you know, some more visible type of stuff. All right. When navigating to the base URL, actually it's saying for this live version, when you navigate here, the wallet table does not load after URL redirect to wallet, which again, we don't have an address here. So I'll go ahead and generate that. Okay. Let me save this key to, or phrase, I should say. All right. Okay, got those saved. Okay, so it was saying when you go to this URL here, it wasn't correctly loading this table, but it does look like it's loading it now. So that is one of the recap items. All right, after adding a wallet, the wallet and staking page show the table and the empty message. Looks like you need to add, which it doesn't. I just verified that as well. And then grid improvements. Link to CrowdNode public address funds page. Oh, that was for this, which I'm not gonna do that right now because I don't want to transfer funds yet. There's some other stuff I want to get to, but I'll deal with that later. And yeah, that is the recap for now. Let's see here. So, some goals for this stream. Let's go over that. Actually, I'm missing one, but jump in here. So I still have quite a few things on my list from last time. A lot of them are unchecked here. Oh, dang it, I forgot about that. For some reason, I can't highlight stuff on GitHub. It's been this way for a while, and it's quite annoying. I don't know what caused it, but it seems to be, at the very least, a Linux issue. All right. So what I'm missing from my list right now is, I think, both convert crypt store to CLI compatible. No, I do have that on my list. What I'm missing, which is probably the primary objective for this stream, is this very last one, the eliminate multiple seed phrases. So which after verifying some stuff with Ryan, I don't think I'm going to eliminate them entirely, but I am going to make it so that the like happy path, the one most users will take, won't really see multiple seed phrases. And if you end up wanting that feature, it will be on this settings page rather than right here. So right now, if you click this plus button, it's showing this again to add a new seed phrase, which is fine when you don't have one. But what I think I'm going to do is change this so when you click it, it will show a different modal here when you have a seed phrase, and it will show something like generate new address or something like that. And the reason that wasn't done in the first place, oh, actually, you know what? I thought this was fixed, but that is still showing. That's the thing that should have been gone. So maybe that isn't fixed. I might need to look into that again. Darn it. I guess it updates the table. It did correctly update the table, but it didn't remove that phrase. All right, so getting sidetracked here. Let me open this up and I'll just read through what I had written here. So upon initial implementation, Wallet.js lacked the ability to add multiple addresses to one wallet or seed phrase, but should have that ability now. We should eliminate the one-to-one wallet. So right now, if you want another address here, you literally have to add a different seed phrase. So we want to eliminate that and instead do what I just said is when you click this, show a generate new address dialog instead. So eliminate the one-to-one wallet address pairing and instead allow generating new public addresses with a single wallet seed phrase while maintaining the ability to sign up for CrowdNode with each public address. Okay, so we got some work ahead of us. You know what? I just realized I forgot to start the music. Let's get some music going, shall we? Coming through. Can't hear anything yet. Oh, because my monitor is off. Let's, there we go. Alrighty. What? Responsive field set, no margin. Got some uncommitted. Oh, that looks like I just moved it around. Yeah. Maybe I'll get some of this stuff committed first. Let's say chore. Rearrange. Let's see, rearrange. Responsive dialogue. CSS. Right. What else we got here? Manifest. We're on version 5. Is this the... Let's see. Okay, so what is currently live, this is the version we're working on. I just wanted to be sure. So, I'm not gonna commit that yet. I guess I could. It will be in the next version, so maybe I'll commit that. Bump. Oh wait, I will probably need to that. So bump, let's see, chore. Bump. Package. And what was this? Manifest. and manifest version. All right, so chore bump package and manifest. And then let's say change, fix, change, display to stand alone. Change manifest, display to stand alone. Okay. What do we got here? PWA install. That's not currently used. Backup. Seems like a very simple change. This one as well. This is for display CrowdNode address balance. CrowdNode address balance, that would be one of these. So I actually really hate this. When I was trying to use web components for these things, I had made this one little web component, but now I think this is the only remaining web component, so it's kind of just dumb to have it here. So I should likely remove the format to dash thing, because it looks like I'm not using it in other places. Alright, let's see where this is being used before I commit that code. So it is returning this as the first item, and then in here, the first item is element, and row is being set to CrowdNode balance column, which I'm assuming is this. Yep. So that's being set to the element, and then we've got some other stuff that runs to get the most up-to-date things, I think. Although I am a little bit confused here. So does the get formatted thing. Yeah, well, that's a little confusing. So what I'm trying to figure out is why it's not showing 3, even though it looks like it should be outputting 3 different balances right now. Am I overriding it somewhere? So this is where we get those. Oh. Looks like I am overriding it. Oh no. That's just being added on top, not... And that's in the title anyways. So that when you hover, you get that. Yeah, so why isn't it showing 3? Is it because there's no balance? I wonder if I have a... I don't think I left any with funds in them. I think I have one written down here that might have funds, so maybe I can add a wallet real quick and see. No. That one is signed up. Alright, so balance element, that is the web component there. I don't think I want to commit that. I'm not going to commit this yet. I'm just going to leave it for now. But the backup thing, I think I do want to commit that. So let's say fix and let's say backup form name. All right. So now I've got most of the code committed that needs to be, and I'm not sure about that last one, but we'll come back to that. Needed. All right. So I'm going to do this one first, the eliminate multiple seed phrases. So I am going to need to reference this. And I mean, I might actually be able to eliminate some stuff. So when I first implemented things, let's see, where was that? So I had to import all of these. So -hd, -phrase, -keys. Wait, am I not even using the wallet? I guess the wallet it does have the SecP256K1 thing. I don't know if I'm on the same version or not, though. There might be a newer version. Dash keys I've got here.
Hey man, what's up? What's the drugs? You might have looked cool in the old town, but you know in the land of fresh and open, if you wanna know.
Dash site, dash socket, dash TX. I don't think I have dash TX in here. I guess I'm not really dealing with transactions, so that might be why. And then dash wallet. All right, I'm kind of skimming this right now just to see what's available here. So what Kool-Aid J86 has been building here in the Dash wallet adds a bunch of these other tools into it, but it is also a slightly different way of thinking about the wallets, at least from a end user perspective. So it's like in general, as an end user, you wouldn't, oh my gosh, this drives me freaking bonkers. I want to be able to select this, highlight it so I can show what I'm looking at, but it's not highlighting. It lets me drag it. My gosh, I need to figure that out. Or yeah, I don't know. Which it works on some sites, but I have noticed on quite a few different sites that I have this issue now. And so I think it's something that changed in Chrome, or Brave I should say, but I think it's Chrome as well, because I think I tested it in Chrome. Yeah, I think it's something to do with the user select. But I'm not seeing anything about it. I wonder if I could, let's try something. Add star user select. See if initial does it. No. That user select all. No. Auto. Might also be, let's see, user select styling. See, that's what should happen. And so this seems like what it's happening, but in reality, I am selecting it, so it must be some sort of styling being applied to it. been quite a while since I've worried about styling this. I want custom highlight. That's what I want, selection. Alright, let's try this. Back here, we're gonna do add a new style again. Oh, of course it added two. Delete. What? Can't delete it? That's funny. I guess I could refresh. Let's refresh. Okay. Let's also go just like, I don't know, up to head, HTML. Yeah, let's go to HTML. We're gonna add a new style. Paste. Ooh, that didn't work right. Okay, let me just copy this part of it. So, background, color. Alright. Hey, look at that. That is freaking annoying. So, this is how I've been solving my problems, is making things little bookmarklets. So I think I could make a bookmarklet that I could just click on, and then at least I could highlight things. Like, how great does that look? Oh yeah. Alright, let's see. I don't really want to deal with this right now, though. It's a sidetrack. Alright, I at least know I can fix it, so maybe I'll leave it at that and not deal with that right now, but I need to add that stupid selection thing. Okay, now I've completely lost what I was doing. So I was reviewing this to see what options are in here. I'm wondering if I should convert what I have here to use -wallet.js rather than the tools that I'm using, because right now I'm using phrase. Let's see, -phrase, -keys, -hd. So those are the main things that I'm using to generate the wallet. So if we find -phrase, let's do that. It's probably this file. I guess not. Maybe let's search this one instead. There we go. No, that's not right. That's still the same file. Utils. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So this is the main way I've been interacting with it. I made some wrapper functions to deal with pub key to hash, pub key hash to address, width to private key, which most of these are copied from here, it looks like, which is the -keys, which I might have now. I don't think I was using -keys when I copied these over, so it might be worthwhile to see if I'm now importing these and don't need them. Okay, we've got decode. This is really what I'm looking for. Generate recovery phrase. Okay. What's this complaining about? expected 3 arguments, but got 2. Argument for options was not provided. So this generate recovery phrase is probably doing what is being done in Dash Wallet here with generate, because I'm pretty sure I returned something not exactly like this, but it does have the phrase included. Let's see. Yeah, so I returned this. So we get recovery phrase, which is here. I return the seed, the wallet. Yeah, so essentially this was quite involved and was a little bit tricky to figure out when I implemented this, and to find something that originally we weren't supporting recovery phrases. We were only supporting whiffs. And with a whiff, it's a different format, it's not keys, and I needed some way to allow it to be backwards compatible where it still supported whiffs. So I had to figure out a little workaround there where we kind of detect if it's a phrase or a whiff, and the recovery phrase array length is only 1. And I think we get the array by splitting it by, space. So we basically, as far as I'm aware, whiffs cannot have spaces in them. So if you split a string by space and it's a whiff, it will have only 1 value. But if you split a recovery phrase, which does have spaces, it will have 12 or more, at least the way we're using it. Technically, you could have less, but I don't think you could have less for an official Dash address. Or Dash wallet. Not address. Okay, so we generate this, including this address. I like having dangling commas there. I don't know how I missed that before. So this is how we're getting the address. We use dash keys here with to address, or we do dash HD to address. And we take the key, and we get the public key. I need to probably make a pull request and fix these. Yeah, I think it would be in here in dash phrase.js, and then to seed. Phrase to seed. Okay, so that's where it's going on with this phrase to. Oh my gosh. Freaking highlight selection or whatever. Okay, so phrase to seed. Maybe it is up to date. Maybe I'm on an old version. When was this? No. I think I'd be on this version, so I don't. Let's see. 139. Let's check the version in here. I don't think I need this anymore. I need to get rid of that. I think the only thing I was using it for is to get the types from it. I feel like this is montage music. I need to montage this. That's what I need. Right, so 139 is what I'm looking for here. Dash phrase. I'm pointing in at the main branch. This is the main branch. Suppose I could npm I. What is it? Start.
Open the wing. Here they come.
There's one of the things I just realized from the recap is I added that link, so you go to the address on CrowdNode.
Everybody stay alert.
Well, let's check package log or dash
Too
phrase.
quiet. I'll check it out.
137. Interesting. Let's
I see him up ahead. Let's rock and roll.
let's delete this and see if it'll update. Still 137. And yet, very clearly shouldn't be. Should be 139. So it's saying it's resolving to 54C2F. See what the main branch is. Don't look right. Yeah, it's resolving to this one. Which it looks like I already did some stuff.
Let's back up the squadron.
So, why isn't it doing these? That is what I need right there. So it should be all the way to this one in April. Let's see, npmi course.
I'll go it alone from here. Never give up. Trust your instincts.
Maybe I'll try doing, let's see, 1.3.9. Let's try that. Okay. Now it should be installing from npm. Okay.
All aircraft report. Good going, Fox. Okay, I'll
Sidetrack
admit it.
there.
You did good, Fox. Fox, we are in your debt. Roger, General.
Where was it that it was complaining? I did modify it, didn't I? Utils? Yeah, it's right there. So let's see. It still complains. Dang it. Affected 2 arguments, but so it complains about one of them but not the other. What about this one? That one too. Okay, so it still needs 2 fixes there. That's funny. Alright. Yeah, my guess is if I go back to... Was it this one? No. It's dash phrase. Oh, is that what's happening? This one's dash HD, and this one is dash HD, so it's a different repository. That's what's going on. Oh, so maybe I need to update dash HD too. It might be updated as well. Let's see what version it's on. So 305 for dash HD. Let's go back to package lock. 302. Okay. So let's assume dash keys is also updated now too. So it's Surprised it's not in the top list here. There it is. One point oh. Okay, let's see if these work. And restart the server. Okay, and if we go back to utils now, and we delete, hey, look at that. Okay, and what about this one? Sweet. Okay, that's nice. That was annoying me. All right, so, I don't think I'm exposing the things on window, but let me, oh, great. Look at that. They are there. Okay, that's cool. So, theoretically, might be able to generate a new address, which that's what I want to figure out first. I probably don't need dash phrase for this, but I might need dash wallet or dash HD. But the other thing is kind of circle back here. It might make more sense to drop all of this specific stuff and swap to dash wallet.js. It does look like he's got HD and phrase, but not dash keys. Where's keys? I thought I was using dash. Oh, that's right. Okay, so dash keys might be more specific to the old with way of doing things. So I might still need dash keys if I want to support that, which if we're aiming for continued backwards compatibility, I should leave that. I should just add to it to have this new way of generating addresses rather than generating new wallets just for one address. I might need to check in. Oh, that's funny. I forgot I added that. But I can highlight, and it's very obvious. I might need to check in with CoolAge86 about what the difference between these two are. I think he actually had given me a rundown of this already, but it's been a while since I interacted with this stuff. Like, I was expecting an address field like that with generate address, but this doesn't look like it would return that. So my understanding right now is Wallet.js is built around the idea of paying people by their xpub or by their xpub. So you kind of create contacts or friendships or whatever, and that's what this generate pay wallet is this would be as if I was paying someone John Doe. I would enter the name, label, whatever. And it would then generate wallet and No, this is what I'm thinking. Generate or show an xpub for your contact and import their xpub for you, if any. So this is what I'm talking about. You get someone's xpub, you basically make a pairing. Okay, sorry, losing my train of thought here, responding to messages. So because this is purpose-built to work around the xpub idea, I'm not sure it's as geared towards how CrowdNode.js UI is currently working. So I might stick to what I'm currently doing and not try to implement the wallet, because we do have another project that is supposed to build. I will be building a UI for the Dash wallet. So for this, there will be a UI for this that I'll be working on hopefully soon. Maybe even today. We'll see. But I think because of how purpose-driven this implementation is, it will probably be better to keep it based on Dash HD, I think. I am curious though. So I get this wallet from the Dash HD from seed, which the seed comes from the Dash phrase. And then I derive an account index. Where is account index 0? Which I think, remember that time I closed Dash phrase, and apparently I needed it still. Whoops. Okay, let's go here. Alright. Alright, so 2 seed. That's where we get this. Oh no! I think one of my streams just closed. Which one though? Which still seems up. YouTube? Was it Rumble?
Seu nome é Mabel, é uma menina cheia de vida. Se vamos para a praia, não esquece a sandália e se olha pro céu.
It's a little confusing. Sorry, trying to look at what closed.
Se a casa está vazia dia, também vou ficar e te ver crescer. Me faz tão feliz saber que você é
Yeah, I think my Rumble stream died. Wonder why. It's kind of just funny because I've been working on my own streaming setup literally to solve this issue. Is my current setup, if one of these dies, it's dead. If I kill the connection, it will kill all the connections rather than just restarting the one stream that I need to restart. And so it seems like Rumble is down. Hey, King Robert, long time. How you doing? Yeah, guess Rumble's down. Bummer.
Com cabelos cor de mel singela, seu nome é Mabel, é uma menina cheia de vida. Se vamos para a praia, não esquece.
All right, so we take the recovery phrase. We use -hd from seed to get the wallet. Let's go to -hd. And I think we want from seed.
Se a casa está vazia,
Wallet. Well, if you can directly generate an address key by HD
também
path.
vou ficar e te ver crescer.
So we do this, we derive account, we give it the index of 0. So this is actually what I've been looking for, is there's HD path right here. And that is also similar to what CoolAJ86 shows in dash wallet here, is the HD path. And so I was thinking that when we generate a new address, I might need to manually increment the HD path, at least in the dash wallet setup. But I think that means I'll also need to do it for dash HD. So you can directly generate an address key by HD path, or you do it this way, which we derive an account with the account index. It would be nice to know which the account index lines up with. Is it like this? Oh my gosh, this is killing me, not being able to highlight. So is it the first 0 with the tick next to it, or is it one of these other zeros that lines up with account index? Because I know it's supposed to line up with one of them. It's probably the first one. So I would assume you derive account from this first one, and then you generate an xpriv or an xpub key. So what we do both, it looks like. So we do derive x key, generally used for generally used as a receive address, as opposed to change address. So that is use receive. Okay. So generate xpriv. Generate xpriv and xpubs. That's where we're doing that. And then you generate an address key. So index 0, derive address. Oh, that's interesting. So use. So this, so it must default to a 0. because I'm using it in both places. And then we can do toWidth, which I'm not doing anymore because we wanted to get away from that. And generate width and address. Width to address. All right, so the reason I'm reviewing all of this is I'm wondering if I can just run. Well, yeah, trying to figure this out. So I believe for each new address, I would need to increment one of these values in the HD path. And I think those values could be incremented, maybe this one in derive address. So perhaps I would do key derive address, and instead of use, I would increment that and possibly store that in the browser. Basically the browser storage. I'm not digging the song. Let's skip. Is there a way to link to this one? thinking no. There would need to be an ID close enough to it. I could link to production start or use overview. So let's copy. Let's see. Typing out a message to CoolAge86. So in the usage overview, step 5 for, and add the link. Let's see. So starting usage overview, step 5. To generate a new C address, would you increment the index for step 5 or that happens somewhere else. Alright, so I'm assuming this account index lines up with the first 0. This derived key use is probably a 0 and is likely the second one. And then this last one is this final 0. And so I'm wondering if all I need to do is with the... Oh, that's interesting. Here he has it called xpriv key. But I have it like that. But it is x key. Derived, yeah, I'm okay calling it derived x key because it's called derived x key right now. Alright, let's read through some of the other stuff just to see if he lists it in a different section. Production code will look more like this. Okay, so CoolAge86 just confirmed this is where you'd increment it. So assuming I still had access to the X key, I could then derive an address by just incrementing it. So that would become 1. And then 2 address should give me a different address. Oh, and then he just confirmed if I looked further down, it shows example with the loop. If you look further down again, it shows an example doing the error checking as well. Cool. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about here, where it's 000, 001, 010, 011. Important, all derived methods can fail, throw an error. This is highly unlikely but normal because maths. It's recommended that before accepting a seed as valid, derive these HT paths. Derivation fails, reject the seed. when creating a new account index. Always derive both use indexes. If either the account index or use index derivation fails, mark the whole account index as invalid. If the key derivation ever fails, simply mark that key as invalid. Most likely you will never personally encounter this failure. However, your software is generating millions and billions of keys across thousands and millions of accounts. Eventually, one of the key expansion hashes will just so happen to hit infinity or zero on the curve. Some libraries abstract this away by automatically incrementing to the next index upon failure, but since the occurrence is so rare and therefore it will inevitably lead to highly confusing and difficult to track bugs, including address reuse, a privacy concern we do not. Alright. Song always reminds me of Fifth Element. Want to hear the opera singer from the Fifth Element. By instance, recommended faster maintain state. So wallet key derived account index x slower if used in for loops. The benefit of deriving by instance is that when you need to derive any loop, such as multiple keys of the same depth, addresses from the same X key, or accounts from the same wallet, you're not deriving from the wallet loop each time. Since the key derivation process is intentionally somewhat slow, it's best to loop at the lowest level that you can.
What's up with the drags? You might have looked cool in the old times, but you know in the land of fresh and open, if you wanna know.
Need to read that again without the music because it started talking and threw me my headphones off. Let me try this again. The benefit of deriving by instance is that when you need to derive in a loop, such as multiple keys of the same depth, addresses from the same X key, or accounts from the same wallet, you're not deriving from the wallet loop each time. Since the key derivation process is intentionally somewhat slow, it's best to loop at the lowest level you can. For example, the derive X key, that's this part in my code, does that outside of the loop, and then address 0, address is less than 100, address plus 1, key is equal to await X key derive address, so that's this one. So I'm not sure I'm actually using this xpriv and xpub other than to just output it. So I might be able to eliminate that. So essentially loop over the address index. All at depth 0, a root HT key or derived account method can also derive BIP32 HT keys. Different coin type for non-bit doesn't apply. Alright, as a one-off, HT path derivation can be very convenient. This approach would be 5 times slower for deriving multiple keys. My apologies. I am getting distracted responding to messages. Hey, Bacall 1000, pull or rebase while merging feature branch to master. I think it depends on the scenario. I'm less opinionated about that specifically. Certain scenarios I think it's better to rebase, other scenarios I think it's better to pull. I think I would lean towards the pull method rather than rebase, but I know people of a different persuasion who think that is okay. And vice versa, if I'm being honest. Okay, so I think this walkthrough might be what I really need to dive into. Although it does seem like I understand the gist correctly of the HD path stuff, and I was... It's now confirmed. Oh, actually, that would have been super helpful, finding this. So, this is what I was basing it on. So the count is number 3, that was the 0, with that, then the use, then the index. So derived by account. So what's this say? Coin count key derived by account index. Key is for sharing, derived by use, receiving, or change. This key is for paying and getting paid. Okay, so there theoretically could be a 6th depth, or maybe more. It does say 6 plus, but that would be for the application, unless they change the definition at some point. I'm not going to worry about that though. What I am concerned with is which level I should be adjusting. Because theoretically, I might be able to just change the account every time. And so then, if you modified that account to all the way up here, I don't know if this is even big enough to see. Oh, that's a lot bigger. Too much, maybe. So at the drive account, I could change that index, and then all of these would also be different. But I don't know if there's an advantage to doing that over doing this one down here. I am outputting the account and key here, which means either of these, I could just rerun all of that, or I could just rerun this to generate a new. Maybe I should read this. Yeah, I keep getting distracted. I see chat messages that are specific or related to this, so I keep reading those, but let's go from here. Root key, derive. You get the words secret, seed bytes, wallet key. This is where we generate the seed, or we generate a seed, and then from seed we get a wallet key, a different coin type, or non-VIP. That I can ignore. Purpose depth. Purpose depth 3. So depth 1 and depth 3 always 5, which is a magic number specifying dash. Except 1 for testnet as per. Alright. So from seed 4 options to change purpose, coin type, and versions. Alright, so depth 3 derive account. This here, buy account index, use, receive. I'm guessing this is 0 and change address would be 1. I mean, I think I'm referring to it here, so. Hey, look at that, now I know. 0 versus 1. Okay. So I'm not sure you would modify those much beyond that. So those would probably always be 0 or 1. So it would just be the account, I think, that would change, the account index versus the key index. Not the key index, that's not what it's called. Maybe I should keep reading. Account index, derive x key, receive, step 4, the address index. Okay, so the account index and the address index. Methods. Only derived bit 44 address public non-hard. I know. Okay, that's where it was. Alright, the base HD key type, but no additional methods. From a wallet. Derive account, derive X key, derive address. Oh, that's cool. So if I had this one, the xpriv, I could use it with so I could take account and instead of derive X key, I could do from X key priv and then derive an address. Or I could do it from an xpub. Alright, so Kool-Aid J86 confirmed that I could do it either way. So instead of incrementing the address, I could increment the account, and I'm leaning towards account, mainly because I am treating these like they're a separate account on CrowdNode. So I think that is from a mind wrapping around the whole understanding of things. I think that makes more sense because a account index would map directly to a CrowdNode account. So I think I like that better. I mean, theoretically I could do both, but I think that would be, I think it would be better to do the account for now. Okay, so I think that's what I'm leaning towards. I'm chatting with CoolAJ86, and it seems like he's not opposed to what I've said. So I'm going to keep this derive address as a 0, just like this use would be a 0. So the only thing I'll be incrementing is the actual account index, and then it is a 1-to-1. Each account would be a different CrowdNode account, but under the same seed phrase or wallet, whatever you want to call it. But all right. So right now, I need to see where I'm accessing this generate recovery phrase. So it gets used here inside of add wallet. I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is a dialog. So that is what pops up here. So in this dialog, it has generate recovery phrase. I also have this in the storage. As for get private key. That's right. This get private key, I believe, is related to the encryption here. My guess is if I search for get private key, we'll find that there's several dialogues referencing it. But sign up, stake, unstake, withdraw. So all of those reference it because if you try to do this and your wallet's encrypted, it needs to get the key first before it can do it, because you'll need to send funds. Essentially, the sign up process costs a very small amount of dash to sign up. So get private key references generate recovery phrase. But even then, it just gets the width. I wasn't expecting that. Why is it just getting the width? Return the width? Dash HD to width. If I do return the width. Okay. Now I need to look at this again. So get private key. see one of the places it's to address, get private key from with. Ah, that's why. The way you create a payment is with the with, or at least it was. I don't know if that's changed, but that makes more sense to me. Okay. So it also looks like it's clear though that if alright, so when you generate the private or generate recovery phrase or with, if you provide the phrase or with, it tries to skip all of this generation, I think. So if phrase or with exists, oh wait, no, it doesn't skip it. Okay, that's what's happening. So if it doesn't exist, it generates a new recovery phrase. And this stuff, it does exist, but it doesn't happen to be a phrase. It is a with. It does that. But essentially, as long as you provide the phrase to this function, it will return these other details. But it sounds or seems like I blew this text up and now I have to expand the window. So it seems like I would need to add a couple parameters to this function so that when this gets called, you could provide the account index and the address index. Actually, before I forget, let's do this right now. So we're gonna do, I'm gonna put them side by side. So account index and address index instead of that. So now that will be a little more clear, at least to me. Doesn't look like we use these at all. I might comment them out for now. I guess I could search that first. Xprev, not used anywhere. Pub, not used anywhere. I'm actually going to comment those out for him. Although, okay, so an argument for not commenting those out and maybe storing them is the xpub should be safe to store without encrypting it. But if this was encrypted right now and we went to generate a new address, you would have to decrypt it first. But the way, as far as I understand, I guess I could test it real quick. Okay, so in the Dash Core wallet, you don't need to decrypt your wallet to generate a new address, and I think that would be ideal. But if we were doing it based on the xpub, then I couldn't increment the account index. I don't know if it's safe to store this account level because you can generate the xpriv. I don't know if you want that to be possibly recoverable. But on the flip side, it might be nice if you do have your wallet encrypted. You might, you know, like maybe, not that you should never do this, but you know, if you're in a public setting and you left your browser tab open, not only could someone mess with your funds, but you might not want someone like clicking this and generating 1,000 addresses. So that might be annoying. So by having it encrypted just to generate a new address, I don't know. I think I still prefer doing it at the account level, so I think I'm okay with that. I'm more okay with that than alternatives. I think I'm going to take a break for a few minutes here. Let's see. So let's go here, and I will be back in a few. Alrighty, I am back. Sometimes you just need to get up from the desk. Alright, so... We need to be able to access this account and change it. Oh, yeah, so we don't just need to be able to access the account, we need to be able to access wallet. So let's go back to looking at where we're using this. So we use it here in storage. I wonder how this will change things. Right now, nope, that's the wrong one. This one. Alright. So in storage, this is how we're storing things. Is we've got the dash key, double underscore, and then the public address. And then we store the recovery phrase or the width, which if you encrypt it, those get encrypted. Yeah, so we might need to refactor more than I was thinking already. Since the addresses would no longer be tied one-to-one with the recovery phrase or width, we would need a different way of doing this. Whoops. Hate when that happens. Might remove one of these just so we're just looking at one, which is what we're aiming for. This is the one I want to remove. Okay. Yeah. So we would still need to store the recovery phrase, but what I'm trying to think through is how we should, like, what we should make the key. So the reason we're able to get the public address right here is because it is stored right here. So we basically parse off the DK double underscore and that's the address. And then if you try to do something that you actually need the full access to the account, you know, to send funds specifically, that's the primary thing. I'm sure there's a few other things that might be needed, but if you're trying to send funds, you need to you need to decrypt the key so that you can access that stuff. And in the case of CrowdNode to stake or unstake, both of those, even though you might think, well, you're just unstaking, you're getting funds. No. The API, actually, the way it works is you send a very small amount of dash, and it knows that if you sent, you know, like 1,000, I don't even remember is it not Satoshis? It would be a very small amount. So, like, instead of one dash, it would be 0.00001,000 or something like that. So if you sent that, it would know that's a staking. If you sent 1,100, it would know you're trying to unstake or something like that. And so both of those end up requiring you to have the wallet unlocked. So what I think we'll need to do is, instead of having this one-to-one, maybe we could just do something like DK underscore. Actually, this might break things. I wonder what will happen if I refresh. Aha, it does break things. Because it has an empty key there, so it tries to do a bunch of stuff that it can't do. Well, it's good I tried that, because now that's something I should fix. Oh, I'm going to add that to my list. But that's what I'm thinking. So instead we'd have DK0, DK1, DK2, whatever. And that would be your recovery phrase. Sorry, I'm just trying to think through this all in my head. So you'd have the recovery phrase associated with one, and then you could have something like, I don't know, just say accounts for now. So then you'd have accounts, and you could have an array in here. The array you could do something like maybe I'll add some spacing here to make it a little easier to read. I think numbers are allowed, so I think that would be fine. So wallet 1. All right, so you could do something like that. I think this might work. So the wallet would be DK1. I mean, in fact, I could just do this. Let's copy that same key. So the wallet is the one with the number 1, the index is 0, and then we could do stuff like, let's see, Zurat Boobop. And then this one would be index 1. Okay. So I think this would work. So then none of this would be encrypted. This would be available to see. For this list, we would loop over the accounts and we would grab the address in there. Or we could change this around. Maybe I like this better. So, why am I doing it this way? This is making my life hard. Let's open up a new tab. Alright, so let's say this is JS. Let's say JavaScript for now. All right, so that's one way we could do it. The other way we could do it is instead of an array here, we could do an object. And then we could do, what, 1. And then 1 would be an array. Like that, I think. Wait, why is this complaining? That's right. Okay. Give me that. So we could have it like that, and then we could eliminate this wallet here. And the other reason I was thinking this is, let's not save that. Okay, so this way we know that it matches up to whatever DK1 key is, which we see here. So if DK1, that would be the recovery phrase. And then this index would be 0. This index would be 1. And so we would then know that the indexes here matched up with the address. So then we don't need to specify the index, and we don't need to specify the wallet, and we'd just be storing the public addresses. To me, that's a little bit cleaner and easier to read. If you're just staring at the pure data, but it might not be as beneficial if you're sorry, getting distracted real quick. I'm gonna resolve something. Okay. So this is cleaner if we're storing this as an object in local storage and you're just trying to see what the addresses are. But this is easier if you want to know specifically what the HD index of. I mean, we could also even just say account index, and then it's even easier to track what's what here. We could also maybe change this to what? Recovery phrase RP. And then it won't break this right now if we refresh. So we could switch to RP _1. So recovery phrase 1. I mean, I would actually make this 0. Decisions. I could test this out and go with that. And then JSON.stringify exhibit B. So that's what it would get stored as. Versus if we do this. So that's what it would look like if you're looking at it in local storage. And that's why I'm saying this is a little cleaner to look at. It's a little less to look at. You can almost fit multiple addresses, so you know, okay, that's the end of one address, this is the next one. But even at this point, if all we're doing is storing the address, we could even simplify it further. So then we could have it just as the address here. But then again, it's even more short, but it's a little less or a little more obfuscated. What, I mean, it's pretty clear those are addresses, but maybe that's even more clear, expanding it out. So you save quite a bit of data that you're storing, but should still be able to access it. And I think if like what is said in the documentation here, where was that? I'm looking for what it said about marking something as invalid. This is what I was looking for. So if a key derivation ever fails, simply mark that key as invalid. So I don't understand how that would mark it as invalid. In any case, what I was thinking is you could either do like if this index was bad, you could just do an n, and then if the length, you know, is equal to 1, or you could do false, or not flas, false. Or you could also do null. But I also think you can do an empty string like that, or an empty, let's actually undo all that, and let's say exhibit D. All right. Let me see what happens if I do that. Let me add it. and it lets me stringify it. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so if you don't specify anything, it does null. Let me remove that null and make sure it's not do this. Okay, yes. So if an index is invalid, I could just have it empty. It probably makes more sense to have it as a null actually spelled out. So it'd probably be better to and treat a null value in this as it was invalid for some reason. But then we could do, you know, just keep on keeping on there. So then these would all line up so that, let's see, we would have an HD path. Let's see. So we could have these would each be accounts, so we could have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it would be 0, 1, null, 3, null, 4. And so we would just use these indexes, and if the value is not a string, or specifically is null, we would mark it as an invalid value. Otherwise, we would treat it like it's valid. Yeah, I think this would work. All right, so I'm leaning towards this way. We have an accounts option in local storage. It would have data like that. Let's update exhibit D again and do that, and then stringify. Then we could copy this and come here, delete and paste. Okay. So now we'd have it in there like so. Oh, but we could also change this to recovery phrase. Let's say 0 since, okay, 0. All right, so with something like this, on page load, instead of looping over, we find this right now. So we would go DK underscore double underscore. There's somewhere here, right there. The key prefix. That's it, get stored keys. So we go for key in store. If the key starts with the key prefix, we treat it as a recovery phrase. We grab it, we say is phrase or with, which that function basically goes, if your length is less than 53 and recovery phrase. Oh, that's right. So this would be considered a width. And this is what I described before. If you split by a space, there are no spaces in a width. So this length will be 1. So we're saying if it's less than 53 and the recovery phrase length is 1, we could probably eliminate that. But I think I put that in there because I was finding some weird scenario where, that's right. There are some short words. And I think there was 1 or 2 scenarios where my phrase was generated like this, and it happened to be like 50 characters. So that's probably why it's there. There's usually it's over a certain number of characters, I think. But again, yes, that might not be needed because it wouldn't split. I don't know. I could probably eliminate that. Or if the recovery phrase length is greater than 12, which I did that because I think, if I understand correctly, while there's a default recovery phrase length for dash, I think you can actually extend it so you can have like a 12 or a 15 or an 18 or something like that. And so you could technically have more words in your recovery phrase if you so desired. Don't quote me on that. But I think that might be true. Maybe. Or something. In any case. So that's what that does. It goes and checks if it's an actual phrase. If it is, oh, that's what we're testing for. Encryption. We're trying to detect the encryption. That's what the length is for there. So if you get it, like this is unencrypted, but if we encrypted this, I mean, I could just do that right now. So let's say for a super secret password, encrypt. Okay, and now if we look at it, well, I didn't update this one, but as you might see, this looks quite a bit different now. So this is an encrypted phrase. So I think that's the reason there's that string length in there. In any case, is phrase or with phrase equal to get item, keys push, key split. All right, but that's how we're getting it. We're looping over all of the keys in the store. We're checking if it starts with the key prefix, which is currently DK, but we might switch it to RP. So in here, we could then do in the loop, we could go and grab the accounts and we would say, hey, do you have RP0? Oh, you do? How many do you have? And then loop over that. I don't exactly love doing a double loop, but kind of seems like we're going to need something like that for this scenario, regardless. Apologies, had to step away for a second. Or a minute. I don't know. Oh, the music stopped. I didn't realize that. Let's change it up a little.
It's about time you showed up, Fox. You're the only hope for our world. Roger, General.
Yeah, I guess maybe this doesn't change it up a lot. I think the song is in your last playlist too, but a little more synth music in this one.
This is Peppy. All systems go.
Flippy here. I'm okay.
Check your G-diffuser system. Open the wing. Here they come.
You know when you order something and they send you the wrong item, so you order it again, and they send you the wrong item again? That's what I'm dealing with right now. Quite annoying. I feel like just in the last year or so, the incompetence level of delivery services, everything from Amazon to Grubhub, DoorDash, whatever, their level of getting things wrong has increased exponentially. It's kind of annoying, a little bit.
All aircraft report. Good going, Fox. Okay, I'll admit it. You did good, Fox. Buck, we are in your debt. Roger, General.
Now, I don't know about you, but you order something that's supposed to be matte black, and instead it is slate gray or bluish gray or something like that. You get it 2 times in a row, and both times you order matte black. A little bit annoyed right now. Guess I will deal with that later. Alright, we need to implement this. So, this is where we get the stored keys. This is where we set the prefix. I think I'm going to copy it and comment it out, and then I'm going to say recovery phrase. And go down to... That's going to be a problem. Yeah, quite a few of these are going to need to be updated. So instead of get item on key prefix plus recovery phrase, we need to get item accounts and then so we'd get, oh, that's gonna add a lot of overhead. I don't really want to, oh, that's, Feel like I need more upbeat music than this. I'm gonna skip this track. I'm like all annoyed about getting the wrong thing delivered for the second time. Now I'm like, I need something to cheer me up. That was a little bit too dystopian. I wonder, maybe I could, will that make it obvious? I was hoping by triggering that breakpoint, it would show over here in the highlight, but it doesn't. It would be really nice if it did. I thought I had an extension at one point that was kind of cool where you could bookmark a line, and so you could see all your bookmarks, but what's that do? No, that's not what I want. I guess this will have to do for now. Alright, so let's start with this. The key prefix would be changing to the RP0. I'm gonna leave it unencrypted for now, but let's see. So key starts with RP0. So let's swap this around. For key and store for matter and account. I think we could do let accounts would be accounts. Is that right? Accounts. So get stored keys accounts is equal to store. Address. Why does it have type string? Shouldn't this? Oh. Okay. So I had done something. I actually have a wrapper that is very similar to the encrypted one, but the encrypted one, which is this. Wait. Oh, if there's a password, it uses the encrypted one. Wait, so what if I do? I don't know. The encrypted one, I think, decrypts the JSON automatically. but I also think I'm using it on pure strings anyway, so it ends up having no effect. Alright, let's see. So I'm gonna comment this out for now. What I think I'd actually need is so accounts key, address and accounts key. We don't need to key split. I think I could just do adder. But you know what? I think what is it I'm trying to think of? Full of MD in here. Oh, why did I search adder? Not adder. For so that's more the traditional for loop, but I'm looking for the different options. So for of, for in. I thought there's one where you. So for in gives you the key, but for of I think gives you the index. I'm wondering if there's one that gives you both. Oh, it works on an object. Okay, I guess maybe this is the one I'm thinking of. So that might be the index after all. So then you would do and something like that. that would still work to get the phrase. And then this would get the keys. Let's see. I think this is going to break a whole lot of stuff if I refresh right now. Private keys. 1 is equal to 0. Stored keys. Approve. So this would break, but what was that? I think was I in here? Or was I in utils? Maybe I wasn't here. So this probably wouldn't break anything. It might still load. Yeah, let's I'm gonna chance it. I'm gonna try refreshing. Ooh. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Just, you know, did a little bit of a derp to derp, but let's see. So if it's not equal to null, we add it. Okay, let's try refreshing again. Oh, still some errors. Oh, it's an invalid address. That makes sense. It is an invalid address. I made it up, so yeah, that would make a little bit of sense. Let's actually copy this address here and see if it freaks out the same way. Let's go into storage. And we're gonna modify this thing. Instead of the bogus address, I'm gonna paste a real address. Then I'm gonna delete the other ones that are also bogus. Okay, so now refresh. Still in there. Is not that's right. You can dangle it in JSON or in JavaScript, but not in JSON. Okay. And no errors. So it is a real key, even though I don't have the actual private key in here for it. Okay. All right, I think that'll work. We need to change the other places that are using key prefix though. So that's not going to work. So we will need something like accounts again. Here, probably. So, accounts. Music is louder than my voice. Turn it down a bit. How's that? Hopefully that's a little bit better. I guess, oh, my mic's not up all the way. Maybe that'll help too. My apologies. All right, so that's not quite gonna work. I'm trying to think of a way to do this in the least with the least overhead. So this might be too much overhead because each recovery phrase would be stored like that. However, we could maybe reverse this and it might make it bigger, but maybe not too bad. So let's go back to that. No, don't click that. This one. All right, so we could reverse this so that instead, oh no, that's why I was doing it this way. I was cheating and using this index, so that's why it's done this way. I was thinking I could switch it around so that the object is of the addresses and each of them have a parameter that defines the recovery phrase, but this would be a recovery phrase. So this was the other way I was thinking I could do it, is something like that. but then we lose the index, which is what I was after with this method. But the downside to this method is because here we're only providing the address, so we're doing a get private key with the address and password. Let me see where this is used. So it's here. Where do they get the address? State address. State address. State, I think, is... So we've got initial state and state. So it's provided to this here. So that's the definition and implementation. So sign up, state. Okay, so this is also getting state address. So I've apparently got to go several levels deep here. So another implementation. And it's getting address from pub. So get status CrowdNode. That's where it's getting the address. Yeah, so this, we're literally getting the address from CrowdNode. No, not from CrowdNode. Obviously, we know it, but... So that gets called... Oh, wait, that gets called with pub. So pub is... that will probably break. No. That's right. So this is getting the keys literally from the function I was just working on with the for loop. So where'd that storage go? This. Let's comment that out for now. So it's getting the keys from that. So that's keys. So keys comes down and then it loops over keys to get the pub and priv, and it could get the index. Yeah, I might need to refactor this even more than I was hoping for. Darn. All right, I keep having half thoughts, but essentially, the reason I didn't want to do this is we're going to have to do multiple for loops each time, just if all they have is the address, and it would even work that way if all they had was the index. So, I mean, I guess no. It wouldn't necessarily work that way. If they had the index, you would only have to do one for loop and then get the index. But I don't think you could find the correct account. Yeah, you couldn't find the correct recovery phrase to do the for loop on. So I really dislike nested for loops. All right, is there a way I can arrange this where that doesn't happen? Means I might have to go back to like this one or something like that. This would require just one for loop. You would have all that information. Suppose I could do it like this. So then you could loop over just this object. And then the array that it has both the recovery phrase key, which maps to this, and it would have the index that it wants to use right there. So that's a little more condensed than any of those. It does not do what I liked about this one or this one, where whatever this index is would be the correct index, but we don't have to do multiple for loops. I mean, I could also do it where I wanted it to be more legible. I think I prefer the shorter just to array values. All right, let's go back to the local storage here. And I'll look at this one. Actually, we're gonna go into here. So before I change too much with all these other things using the key prefix, so essentially we've got this for loop and then the for loop over the accounts to get the keys. I think we would still need that nested for loop, but we wouldn't need it up here because here we could just do something like this. No, not key prefix. Whoops. Okay. So we would get account, that would get this right here. And then we would have this array like so. And so something like that. So we could do account and this would become account 0. So that would map to that. And then in the instance, dang. The other problem with this method though is what I was going to do when generating a new key. Let's see. I was thinking when you want to generate a new address, you could just take the length of that. So you would take the recovery phrase you're generating the address for and get its array and just say the length, and whatever the length of that array is would be the next account index. So you would generate the new HD path with that account index. Decisions. Because this way, it's going to be a lot harder to track that index. You would probably need to break it out again, so you might have the I don't know, indexes, something like this, and then you could come in here and do you'd have something similar to this where you'd have like the RP0, but instead of equaling an array, it would just be the number. So 4 or something like that. So then you could have, whoops, copy and paste. So you could store the indexes like that. Then you're doing less for loops, but you're doing more calls to local storage. I don't know what would actually be more overhead, but my concern with the multiple and nested for loops is anytime you try to access an address, anytime you try to access an address, it would potentially do the for loop. And if you only have a small number, which most people would, it likely wouldn't even be noticeable. But if someone was to say import a wallet that they already have, I don't actually know how that works. Like how the current dash core is working. I think if you had generated addresses in dash core wallet and you increase these indexes, you would stumble upon them. I also don't know if there's any reason you would have to do it in order. Like, theoretically, you could just choose a random integer. If I understand things correctly, I don't know if there's a limit on how long the integer could be, but you could do it at random, and as long as you're tracking which ones they are, I don't know. Like dash core, for all I know, could be doing that. So instead of just being able to go down or up the tree, or however you want to say that, where it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you could have randomly generated integers and have the addresses generated at different points like that. I don't know. Um, hmm. I'm also trying to optimize where you're not storing duplicate data all over the place. Where this was like kind of double dipping, able to identify that these keys were different from that and you know, other stuff, but also giving us the actual address while storing the recovery phrase. What I'm thinking is I could potentially store it multiple times, and then depending on the scenario, for example, oh, that's why I can't find it. I remove the key prefix thing here. So in this scenario, it would be a lot easier to use this setup. You would get the accounts. You would use the address that you already know, and then you could get which key you needed to get the phrase from. And you could also have this index on hand. Although I'm not sure you even need that. So this is where you might be wasting storage, and if someone's using it on mobile, it could cause them to go over. I don't like, the reality is, if someone generates 1,000 addresses on their mobile device in this CrowdNode wallet, it's not really what we're building this for. So that might be sucks to be them. But then you could keep an account like this, where each recovery phrase ID is tied to the list of accounts, and then when you're working with that recovery phrase, you would just request that, get the length, and you could generate the next one like I was planning, but then have a different storage one of the stuff like this. I don't love this one. I would prefer this one, if I'm being honest. So So this one would be easier to loop over in this instance, and the other one would be better for incrementing. They both have the addresses being stored, but pretty minimal RP0 or 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever for the recovery phrases. So it's a bit of a duplication of the actual address. But saves you from having to loop over all of that. I don't know. And like I was saying, if we... So we could actually make it that. Because then you could do, say, local storage dot addresses. So if you knew the address... Actually, that assuming this was already JSON parsed and you knew this address, you would be able to do that, that, and then you would get the RP0. So without doing any... Yeah, this would eliminate the for loop. So you could have some... let's actually just type this out for the heck of it. Okay, let's say let adders equal json.parse that, and then let target phrase equal adders that, so target phrase, yep, that's what I was hoping for, is RP0. So then you could do let next index equal, see, so you could do local storage target phrase dot length. That ain't right. Oh, derp. My bad. JSON dot parse. That confused me for a second there. Ruh-roh. Is not valid JSON. Oh, derp. I'm a derp. Dot accounts target phrase. Wait. Okay, let's restart here. Let accounts equal local storage dot accounts, and we're gonna json.parse. Okay. So now next index would be accounts, and I don't think we need to parse it because accounts is already parsed. There we go. Right? Okay. So 0, 1, 2, but it's length of 3. So then if you insert the account index of 3, it would actually do the next one. But with this way, it's duplicating data, but also can eliminate some for loopage. But it adds JSON parsing. Which is its own overhead. There's a Bob's Burger where Tina keeps thinking of stuff in her head and someone's asking her questions and she's taking really long to respond, and that's what I think I must sound like right now. Is I'm thinking through so many things that I'll start to say something and then I pause and then I finish the sentence. My apologies. It's hard to think through this stuff and talk. But I can chew bubble gum and walk, so there's that. Let's see, I'm gonna actually add here before I lose track of everything I just figured out. Nope, not that. So that one, paste that there. Let's do a few more lines. I think that was wrong, but I'm gonna copy that because that. All right. Oh, that's right. I needed that one. Okay, so that would give us accounts and addresses, parse them, then target phrase, we would just do that, and then assuming the target phrase was just a plain string, it would fill there, and that would get us the length. So So this way you would also be able to do, I think accounts.find. So I think you would do something like v is equal to, or v is equal to so this is a loop of sorts. Well, it definitely is a loop, but it ends as soon as it finds it, and it would only be looping over exactly the, what is it? Yeah, it would only be looping over once rather than trying to do a loop for every recovery phrase. Or, I mean, in reality, we probably wouldn't care about finding that. I think we'd want find index. I think that's the thing. But you know what? I think we could. Let's refresh and clear. And then I'm going to paste that, which should work. So if I do next index, it's 3. That's right. And then if I did this, index 0. But if I swapped out this for, oh, it could be problematic. Maybe not though. Not sure. Because null would equal 2. But if there were multiple nulls, these are not unique necessarily. I'm probably overthinking this. That's not right. What went wrong? Oh, because I probably used the real address because it freaked out. So, right, so that's what it looks like. Yeah, obviously this is not very helpful because it finds the value you already knew and returns it. So in reality, we would only be using find index just to get that number. But it also finds the first one it comes across. So if you had multiple for some reason, like null, it probably doesn't matter. I don't see a reason I'd ever be searching for null specifically, and if I needed to find all the nulls, I wouldn't use find or find index. I would use filter or something to just find each one, or maybe you'd actually have to do a full for loop, not filter, because you'd need to get the correct index. I don't know. Now, the other alternative is instead of storing all of this in storage, you just store one. And whenever it loads, well, I mean, like I'm basically doing already, right here, we're creating this keys, and then I reference that keys in multiple places. So I think if I recall correctly, get stored keys is only used in what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess it's used quite a bit. It's used in close to 10 places, it looks like. Maybe 9, since technically one of it is the definition. It must be the other thing. Was it recovery phrase? I think it's recovery phrase. I was thinking it was used in only like 3 places. But still, it's not used that much. And it's called when you initiate it, and then you get private keys. And it's generally only called in instances where you want to make sure all the keys are up to date. So it's not like it's loading every click or every time you scroll or every time an item refreshes or something. In any case, I can make a keys thing like this that is an object just like this. Just as easily as I'm doing all this stuff. I could come in and replace everywhere that uses get stored keys. And instead of it expecting just the single array, I could return like I guess I'm already kind of returning what I want. It's just not an object. I was thinking I could do let adders equal that. So I could come here and in the same for loop say adders it would be this one. Doesn't look pretty, but this is where it would be better to say so then keys is already pretty close to what this is. I suppose you could even add that down there. So you can do that. Let's see. Do something like this. Then we find everywhere get stored keys is used and private keys. do something like let so if we did something like that. Oh, see, I'm already calling it stored keys there. I suppose I could, let's see, copy that, stored keys, and stored keys. So then it's already stored keys. And if you come up here, you wouldn't need that. It would just be that. And here, you could literally just wrap it like so. So now that continues getting the stored keys like it has already been doing it with a very minor change there. But we also, when we need it, have access to the stored addresses as well, which stored keys, like we already investigated, ends up getting passed into add a rows, and then we went into add a rows, and that got passed back to this get private key function. So the biggest issue with the get private key function is it doesn't have access to this data fully. It's being given the specific address it needs to get. which is where, yeah, so that's where this was handy if accounts matched the addresses. So if this was, well, let's copy it instead. So addresses. So if it was that instead, this would work. So we would get that. And you do that. We don't even need accounts here. Okay. Decisions. I think I prefer this. Don't like double storing, but I think it'll make things easier to access the data. So I'm gonna make that's my decision, is I'm gonna do something like this. No, I don't want to save. So then we have so if I have the address, I can get the recovery phrase key like that. If I need the index, I can get the index like that. Or if I need the next index, and if I really need to find the, yeah. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. Well, I just realized I forgot something. I need some way of indexing the recovery keys. Or at least I need some way of incrementing that number. Or I need to refactor how I'm storing these. So the reason they're stored this way right now in a single string is for encryption purposes. I mean, theoretically, everything stored in local storage is a string. I mean, I think, what, maybe null doesn't have to be stringified, is that right? But yeah, I think everything's string. Let's see. Not none. Okay, so local storage dot is false is a string, is null is a string, is none is a string. So everything is string. Yeah, so they're all strings. And so the only concern I would have with changing this around to be not a string, or sorry, so because this is a string, I could theoretically encrypt it the same way I'm encrypting the passphrase. And if I'm doing that, I can make the recovery phrases so I could put this inside an array. Okay, let's delete these. So let's say phrases is equal to an array. So that would give me an index. I could take the phrases from local storage, parse it, and just push to that every time I need a new recovery phrase. Then with this, you could still have RP0 match up to whatever the index of the recovery phrase is. And theoretically, I should still be able to encrypt that. But yes, the concern I believe I had is, for example, this big old long string is that encrypted. So that's 78 characters versus 188, more than double. So more than doubles it. So if I'm storing multiple phrases in, I don't actually know the limit inside of one local storage key, but I'm guarantee you there's a limit. So you might find that only 5 or 6 phrases would meet that limit. But regardless, it might be an okay enough solution, because I could just make this so you can only have one recovery phrase, and that might work for some people, but I personally like having the ability to have multiple, or if you have a Dash Core wallet that you decide you want to use, or maybe you already have funds in and you don't want to lose funds transferring it, you might want to import that Dash Core wallet in addition to whatever you already have here. So there are legitimate reasons I could see you would want to be able to use multiple actual recovery phrases, aka wallets. So even if most users don't use it, having it, I think, would be very good. Or the other alternative to storing it like that, because that is a legitimate concern I have, is that more than doubling for the encryption, is I could, I guess, just find everything with RP underscore. So in the same way I'm filtering for it, what is it here? So we're taking, if starts with key prefix, you could just, you know, do a counter whenever you're doing a loop or something like that. Or let's see. Do like a filter, I think. Actually, a filter might not work super great because it's an object, or it's treated as an object. So that's why we're using for let in instead of an integer based for loop. All right. You can get local storage.length. That doesn't help us much. You could probably do something like object dot keys local storage dot filter. Okay. This is where you would do the starts with thing. Starts with so that gives it to us as well. I don't like that, but as opposed to running into an encryption problem down the line because someone stored 10 keys or something and apparently it hits a storage limit, where I don't think, or maybe I should say it, I'm pretty sure the way local storage works is it has a limit on the length of, maybe I should just search this. I think it's a limit on the length of this value. So you can have a key and the value, and there might be a size limit on that, and it's different on each user's browser. but it will try to expand. If you add more keys with more data, it will kind of negotiate with the user's operating system, or maybe just the browser will negotiate with it and go, hey, someone wants to store more stuff, can we have a little more space? And so it'll kind of just keep expanding until you might eventually reach a limit. But I think you could reach that string length limit. Let's just search it. So local storage value limit. Web storage can be viewed simplistically as an improvement, providing much. 10 megabyte, blah, 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 blah. 10 megabytes per origin in Google Chrome. 10 per storage area in Internet Explorer. Better pro. So according John Reesig article, it is implemented. It is implied the DOM storage you have considerably more storage space than the typical user agent limitations imposed upon cookies. However, the amount that is provided is not defined in the specification, nor is it meaningfully broadcast by the user agent. If you look at Mozilla source code, we can see that 5,120 kilobytes is the default storage size for an entire domain. This gives you considerably more space to work with than the typical 2 kilobyte cookie. However, the size of this storage area can be customized by the user, so a 5 megabyte storage area is not guaranteed, nor is it implied. And the user agent, Opera, for example, may only provide 3. I mean, if it was John Reesig, yeah, 2007, I mean, that's jQuery, dude, so that was a long time ago. This was originally posted in 2010. Doesn't have 5 megabyte limit. It offers to increase limit as applications require more. That's what I was saying I think happens nowadays. User can choose unlimited storage for a domain. Yeah, so this is more or less confirming what I was already saying and what my understanding was, is there's not an exact limit. Like, for example, this guy is saying that many characters, whatever. But the way they're describing this now is it might not be what I was thinking. Like, there might be a string limit on the value. That might not be the case. You might be able to use as long of a string as you have storage space. Well, let's see. So I think that would give us kilobytes. So again would give us megabytes. Is that right? That might not be right. Maybe it's right. So this is megabytes. It's saying I have a total quota of 2 gigabytes and I'm using 4 megabytes. So that seems crazy. Well, maybe that must not be. That must not be for this page. I don't think I'm storing 4 megabytes of data. Like, that certainly isn't. So it must be for the entire browser across all storage. In any case, that, this is, I'm running on a desktop, not on a phone, and that's going to be drastically different on a phone, where you don't have terabytes of storage in general, or generally speaking. I mean, I guess there's some pretty big SD cards out there, or micro SD cards out there now, so maybe someone has a terabyte phone, but I don't. The other thing I'm trying to think through right now that may be an issue is if I were to encrypt the entire array, there was an instance that I've already accounted for where if you add a recovery phrase and you're in encrypted mode already, which I think this would count. I'm not sure how it'll play out because I've changed some stuff right now, but if I added a new key and like right now, yeah, so I haven't decrypted anything. So if I add a new key, that new key will not be encrypted, but the other keys would. So I wouldn't be able to append it to the array because the entire array would be encrypted. so I would have to store them individually encrypted within the array so it could still be parsed. I don't know. It's kind of weird. This is taking me longer than I anticipated, but I'm also trying to think through it before I change so much that I'm like, well, now everything's broken. Gotta power through it. All right, I am thinking it might be good to take a break soon. I'm coming up on 5 hours here for the stream. But let me see if I can get more implemented than the very little I've done. So I think I would prefer doing something like that to get the length rather than storing them all in an array. Even though it would be nice to have them ordered in an array, I don't think that's realistic for local storage. And with the encryption, I think I would prefer each value being its own thing. So I think this would still work. I think I would actually use that here. What? All right, let's see where store phrase or with is used. What's SK? Oh, selected key. I don't actually even use selected key. So it's used here. So add submit and gen submit. So that's the only places it's used. which makes me think I don't need to do that. If I was doing this other way, where I was storing that, this is where I would do it. So maybe I'd have I think you need something like this. Okay, so I think something like that would do. Would do that if I want to store it. So then when you initially add, so import or generate a new address, it would add it to both those items. Oh, wait. That doesn't act... I missed something. I'm glad I haven't moved on yet. So I would need the accounts thing. Okay, so I would both need... Let's see... So you'd have accounts and storage, and then... So you would also have accounts, RPID, is equal to address. Okay, so that would initiate it I think, correctly. And then this would loop over it correctly. This is where, if I want to store it, but let's assume I'm not storing that for now. Oh wait, no, I did decide to do that. I'm gonna store that for now. Well, let's go ahead and wipe out everything in here. First, I will copy the key. All right, so that's wiped out. Now reset. And reset those values. I'm gonna import that. Ruh-roh. That very clearly did not store the other items. Okay, so store or phrase or with did not get called. Where I thought it was going to get called. So how did those get stored? It got called there. We didn't modify it. It's saved. It's called there and encrypt keys, but we're not encrypting. It's called here. What is this within? Handle gen submit. Should've. That's confusing. What the heck? Let's verify it's called. Let's say console.log. And we're gonna say, oh my gosh, go away. Store phrase or with. Let's just say RPID. Oh, that could be it. I didn't see an error, but maybe I cleared it out or something. So accounts. Or an empty object. And addresses or an empty object. Okay, so let's clear. Oh, dang it. Forgot to copy. It's so. Nope, not still there. Oh well. Oh well. I think I have it somewhere else copied and pasted here, so yeah, there it is. Alright, let's do that. Add a wallet. Okay, still didn't do it. Okay, am I filtering? I'm not filtering anything. This is saved. It's also storing it as the DK. Interesting. I am confused now. Could it be cached or something? Okay, let's see. Key prefix is defined right there. It should not be storing DK. Let's see if there's anywhere else DK is. Just there. What about without that? Yeah, so it really does not look like it should be setting the key to DK. Oh! This might be the downside to haha. Okay, that was it. I need an easy way to disable the progressive web app caching. That's what was causing the problem. So I believe, oh wait, I do have an easy way. Is it here? Clear site data? Yeah. I think I have to come into here and cache storage. I mean, I think all of those would be fine. So this will clear it. But we've got a different problem. So now we've got that key prefix, but we're not JSON.stringify. Counts. That's where it was going wrong there. Oh wait, plot thickens. Actually, because S could be replaced with the encrypted and we don't want these ones encrypted, we need to do it like that. It's fine up here because it wouldn't have been replaced yet. Okay. So, ruh-roh. This is not responding very well. Okay, let's copy and we're gonna type this out again. And that's saved. We're gonna go here and clear. Okay, and refresh. All right, so now if we import add wallet, that's more like what I was expecting. It's even getting the key. Well, I'm over 5 hours on this stream now. I think I'm ready for a bit of a break. So, and of course I've got viewers. Hello, hello. Thanks for joining in. Sorry, I'm gonna wrap up. Need a break from this for maybe an hour or so. So I'll get streaming a bit more in a little bit here, hopefully. I don't think I'm completely out of steam. I just need a break from staring at the screens for a little bit. So yeah, let's wrap it up here. There we go. So thank you all for tuning in. Please consider liking, subscribing, following, sharing, commenting after the fact, all that good stuff. So thanks, and I'll catch you on the flip side.